Hello. I think we're live. I haven't done this in such a long time, so I feel like so out of practice.
I mean, I'm not
But
much
hello.
helpful.
Yeah.
Like,
It's been a long time. But welcome to our cozy live reading sprints. I am late because I was busy making everything like I turned my Christmas tree on. I got a nice cozy candle lit. I was finding the perfect ambiance. I was heating up a drink, getting all settled in. So, yeah. Anyways, I am joined by bestie Sahar. So, Sahar, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, hello. I'm Sahar, for those of you who may not know me. I have a channel. Have I posted on it in like 7 months? No.
But
But
it's
it
there.
exists. It exists.
She also has a law school channel.
That is true.
So
I
she
do
posts
post
on
on
there a
that.
little more frequently.
Yeah. But I mean,
But
I
yeah.
don't know if anyone in the comments will be interested in law school vlogs, but if you are, go.
Okay. I have, like, obviously because you're my friend, I'm like always interested in what you're up to. But like it is interesting because I don't know anything about law school. What do I know about law school? Nothing. So it's interesting.
Well, I'm glad I can provide.
Yeah, she is in the trenches right now with finals. So taking a wee bit of a study break. But yeah, so I am going to be reading The Starless Sea. I started it this morning and started annotating, and I'm just having a lovely time. This is my third time reading this book, and it's like set like in December, so there's like wintry ambiance and stuff, which is exactly what I wanted. And the writing, if you've read Erin Morgenstern, it's phenomenal, and I just love it so much. So that's what I'll be reading. Sahar.
I'm reading this monster. I'm actually really close. Like, we've made progress.
You are, yeah, you are. You're getting towards the juicy bits.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to get at least a little bit of this done because I'll only be able to stay for the first sprint. But hopefully we can knock some pages out.
Yes, we were unintentionally buddy reading that because I just finished that this week, like a couple days ago. So I saw every time Sahar would like post like an update on Goodreads, I was like, oh my god, I just got that, like I just read that part not that long ago. So it was pretty funny, and Kara's reading it too. So it's like all the besties,
Yeah,
reading Brandon Sanderson before the 5th book comes out, which it came out yesterday.
yeah. I was like manic texting Kara yesterday about the order of the novellas. I was like, okay, wait, do I read Edge Dancer between Words of Rain? So like, where do I read it? And then when do I read it? I was like asking her, and she's like, I get all my information from Reed, and this is what he says. I was like, yes, sir.
Yep. I was texting her about it because she had, I think, posted about it in her Instagram story or something. And I was like, Kara, how have we not talked about the fact that I am reading Words of Radiance and loving the Stormlight Archives? And she was like, oh my God, I've been so scared to ask.
It's crazy that you're like enjoying Brandon Sanderson. This is like a new era.
I know, and I love it. This is what I wanted.
I feel like I've been waiting for years for this.
Me too. I love it. It's fantastic. So yeah, my friend Nate and Kara's husband Reed are like very similar, especially in their reading tastes. So like Kara said, Reed recommends to read this order. And like I was like, hey, Kara and Reed said they recommend this way. Do you agree? And my friend Nate was like, yeah, that's the way to do it. So I'm listening to the experts. I'm gonna read the Mistborn trilogy before like certain Stormlight Archives books, and I think there's a few standalones that I'm gonna read too, but I'm in my Brandon Sanderson era and I am loving it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if you're gonna go back and read like the other, or if it's just like Stormlight Archive that's working for you.
Yeah, I am curious to see how I'll like Mistborn.
Yeah.
I think because I'm in the mood for it, and now I'm like, I love Brandon Sanderson's writing. I'm hoping that I really like it. But either way, the Stormlight Archives is really working for me, so I know that I at least like that.
Yay! Oh my gosh, this is so exciting.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Hi, thank you so much. I'm so excited. It's getting close.
I get to touch the bump next week.
Yeah, she's coming. My baby shower is next week, and all the besties are coming. I'm so excited. I know, right? It's literally been, we used to do sprints all the time. I feel like 2022 was like the year of reading sprints for us. Like it was like.
Because that was when we did Questathon too.
Yep.
So it was like sprints like every single
all
day.
the time. And then it was like, let's just do them for fun. And we were all like into it. And then I don't think we even do any last year.
Maybe one.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's been a hot second since we've done reading sprints. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So the Starless Sea is like, it's one of those where it's like kind of confusing and you're like, what is happening right now? I don't understand. But then once all the pieces start to come together, it's so good. I have read The Night Circus. That's one of my favorite books of all time. I just recently reread it, which is why I wanted to reread The Starless Sea too, because this is like the perfect time of year for it. So
okay, Hannah, I didn't like The Night Circus that much.
Okay,
but I'm curious if I would like.
What didn't you like about The Night Circus?
I wanted more plot from The Night Circus. Like, to me, it just felt like a vibey, good time.
Okay.
But I wanted like a little bit more of like.
I think there's more plot to this one, and there's more of a like. I don't know. There's still like a clear storyline to The Night Circus too. Mm-hmm. This one like jumps a bit because you're like following these different stories in this book, and you're like, how is this relevant to what's happening? But it's also, this is set like in the present time.
Okay.
As well. So like the main character is like a college student. He's working on his master's and he likes video games. So it's like more modern set, like but there's definitely a plot to it, but it's definitely very vibey. Like so I don't know. I think you should still give it a try.
Yeah. I think I have to be in the like right mood for it.
Yeah, especially if you didn't mind the writing in The Night Circus.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Yeah.
That's what I love about The Night Circus. And that's you get that similar writing style too. But I think there's more of a plot in this one. At least to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody else would agree with that. Now that Arc 1 of Stormlight is done with Wind and Truth, I finally will read it. I know. I feel like I'm starting it at like the perfect time.
You are. Yeah.
The arc is done, so now I don't have to wait like 3 years for another book. Like, I mean, I will for the second arc, but like I can consume the whole thing because I am a binge reader for sure. So I'm excited to be on the train. Hi, welcome. I have a 6 a.m. shift tomorrow. It's 9 p.m. right now, so I won't be here for too long, maybe one sprint, but so happy to be here. Thank you for joining, Emmy. I know the time difference for us is always like, it'll be like afternoon here, and she's like, it's midnight.
I just remember like in some of our sprints, we would all just be telling Emmy to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Like, it is now 3 a.m. We're like, what are you doing?
She's like, I just want to be here. It's so fun. We're like, Emmy, go to sleep. I am thinking maybe like a 45-minute sprint. Hi, Christina. Like a 45-minute sprint to start. Maybe that's like what we'll keep it at, 45 minutes, and then maybe like 15-ish minutes of talking. I know, Sahar, you'll probably leave after the first one, but for everybody else that's watching. And I have an ambiance pulled up that's like wintry, crackling fire. So if that's not your jam, you can always just mute it and set your own timer for 45 minutes. But yeah, that's the plan for sprints. As if we've never done them before.
Well, it kind of feels like it.
It kind of does. I know. I'm like, when was the last time I actually did sprints? It's been a while.
Yeah. Wait, Hannah, you said you were heating up a drink. What's your drink of choice?
It looks like it's a homemade drink. It's not. It's Starbucks.
Oh.
It's a chestnut praline latte. I had to go to the post office this morning, and I was like, oh, I want a chestnut praline latte. but I wanted to have it for sprints, but I didn't feel like leaving my house twice.
Yeah.
So I just got it and then I just reheated it. So, and I put it in a mug so it's like all aesthetically pleasing, but it's literally
what a fool me.
Yeah. I could have lied and been like, oh yes, it's a concoction of my own making. But yeah, I have, let me see if she'll let me pick her up. I have Ellie here. She's just chilling like between my feet right now.
Ollie turned around.
When I said Ellie. Yes, our dogs are similarly named. They're cousins.
Hi, girl. Oh, you're beautiful. Hello.
She's having a bit of a nervous day. So if she seems off, she's just a wee bit nervous. We have like jets that go over and they're really loud. They kind of sound like thunder. And Ellie and thunder do not mix well. So she just she's like, we're going to die. I'm sure. Well, she might sit out here and chill, but she'll likely go like hide in the bedroom. So poor thing. I missed the pumpkin spice latte this year. All the Starbucks need to be closed. Oh man. Yeah, I have one not far away. I try not to go too often because they're really expensive, and it's like,
why is it like almost $8 for a beverage?
Right? It was $7 for this drink. I'm like, lucky I have stars.
It's insane.
Yeah, truly, it is. It is insane. But yeah, I really like. This is my favorite holiday drink. But I also like the caramel brulee latte. I always get like the real sugary frou-frou ones. But anyway. All right, let's go ahead and start our little sprinty sprint here. So I'm going to add this in.
Oh, that's cute.
Very wintry. Very lovely. I do have the little timer thing set at like a harp, but sometimes it can be like really jarring. So you just don't have your volume up super high if you don't want like the crap scared out of you.
You didn't want like the Mario.
I literally was going through them and I was like, which one should I pick? Which one should I pick? Which one fits like the ambiance? And every time I see like the Mario one, I'm like, that's Sahar's. I can't. Trademark Sahar. I can't do it. All right. See you all in 45 minutes. I knew it was coming too, and it still scared me.
Where's Ollie? He was like sleeping, and then he heard the harp and was like,
because like I had the sound up, so
yeah.
I knew. Looked up, and it was like 42 seconds left, and I was like, oh, okay, so it'll ring soon. And then all of a sudden it didn't. I was like, oh my god, what was that?
Oh.
How many pages did you read, Sahar?
That's a really good question.
Mhm.
I think like 30, maybe 35, somewhere around there.
I didn't keep track of where I started.
I read pages.
Yeah, things were read.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I read around 30 or 40.
I just read this cool fight scene at a certain point in the book. These two characters are somewhere. Yeah.
Trying to keep it vague.
Yeah, but it was really good, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I really liked Words of Radiance. Like, I liked The Way of Kings as well, but I feel like in Words of Radiance, like the action, like everything just felt so much more intense in that one.
Yeah.
And like, of course, it's because like I know the world better, so like I was more immersed in it. But yeah, I really like Words of Radiance. It's a great sequel.
Yeah, it's really, really good. I mean, it always takes, with like a book this long,
yeah,
a little bit to get into it, but like it's like worth it.
So worth it. Oh my god, Ollie.
Hey buddy, it's okay.
He's agreeing. He's like, yes, Brandon Sanderson.
Anytime someone walks by my apartment, he howls. Like that. Anytime. It's okay.
Okay. So 5th book just came out yesterday, Wind and Truth.
Mm-hmm.
But have you read up to Rhythm of War, the 4th one?
No.
Where have you read up to?
This is my first time reading this.
Oh, okay. So you're literally okay.
Yeah.
Because Kara said that she had read up to Oathbringer. So she hasn't read the 4th one yet either.
Mm-hmm.
And she's only read the first Mistborn. So I'm like, oh my god. Me and the besties are all reading this. Like, we need Rachel to get on board.
I know.
Because I think she finished Mistborn. At least I know she read the first 2.
She read, yeah. I don't think she's read the third, like the final book in the first.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I know that she wants to read Way of Kings.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, when she's in her, like, epic fantasy mood.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's what she'll pick up. And she just read Sword of Kaigen, which I know is, like, one of your faves.
Yes, and she loved it.
Yeah, and Lachlan has read it and loved it. So now I'm like, I need to get it.
You need to read it. It's like literally, it's Chef's Kiss, a perfect book.
I need to read it. So I have it on my list. But I'm like so into like the Cosmere right now that I'm like,
ride the wave.
Yeah, I don't know if I can stray away from it yet, but I definitely want to pick that one up.
Yeah, I think after Words of Radiance, I'm gonna read a little novella that goes in between, and then probably like take a break from, because they're so long. Like it's like really intense. So I'm gonna take a break from this and read Warbreaker.
And you haven't read that one before?
Yeah. I read Elantris, which is the other standalone, and I've read like Mistborn, obviously, but yeah, I haven't read Warbreaker yet. So I think I'm gonna read that, and then I'll come back and read Oathbringer. I think that's my plan.
So I'm trying to decide if, because I just finished Words of Radiance and Edge Dancer, which is the novella, and I bought the box set of Mistborn, and I bought Oathbringer. So I'm like, should I read Mistborn before going into Oathbringer? Or should I like intersperse them? So I read like, the first 2 and read Oathbringer.
I want you to read Mistborn so bad that I'm just going to make the executive decision for you and say you're going to binge the Mistborn trilogy.
That's what I'll do then, because they should be coming tomorrow. And then
it's like that. The end to that series is like the perfect end to any series I've ever read.
Oh my god!
So like it's like, yeah, of course this is exactly how it's supposed to end. Like there's no other way.
What an endorsement. I love that.
It's so good. It's so good.
I'm really excited.
If you hate it, I'll just exit the chat. But
yeah. Forgot to get rid of the ambiance. No, I'm really hoping that I'll like it, especially because that's like what I'm in the mood for. So I think I picked up Way of Kings at like the exact perfect time because I wanted an epic high fantasy, and it just gives, and I was like, all right, I'm deep diving now. We're going into it. Yeah. Let's see in the little chat what's going on. Oh, okay. I can't tell from the picture, but Brandon L. That is my husband's name. So I'm like, Brandon, is that you?
You're Brandon?
Yeah. I can't tell if that's. I feel like it is because I told him I was doing reading sprints. He's at he's hopping breweries today with a bunch of friends. And there was one sprint that we did sometime last year. It was like me, Kara, I think Sahar.
I think I came at the end where like Brandon and like his friends were yeah.
They were all in the chat. So so I told him, he's like, oh, I'm telling the boys that you're gonna be sprinting today.
I feel like this is something Brandon would say too.
Yeah, for
you
sure.
Know,
watch it not be him. It's just like a viewer who's just, his name just happens to be Brandon L, and he's like, what? Oh, that'd be funny.
We love you, Brandon L.
Yeah, all Brandon L's are welcome here. Hi, Mel. Hello. What are you reading? I am reading The Starless Sea by Erin Morgenstern.
I'm reading Words of Radiance. Brandy Sandy. Daddy Brandy.
I love it.
Some may say.
Hello. Finished Cemetery Boys. Absolutely loved it. Now I need to figure out what to read next. Sprint. What are your options? Also, like, what are you in the mood for? Because, like, I just want to push Brandon Sanderson on everybody at the moment, which is so hilarious because I've fought it for so long.
Yeah. We're like in an alternate universe right now. Hannah's recommending Brandon Sanderson.
Okay, to be fair though, anytime that I've like talked about Brandon Sanderson and been like, I've really only read one book by him, and that was Warbreaker.
Yeah.
And it's possible that I just read it at the wrong time. It's happened before.
Do you think you might reread Warbreaker at some point in the future?
I think I am going to reread it before going into some of the like other Cosmere books because that's what they recommend, and I cannot remember a lot of what happened in it. So I'm like, I wonder if I'll like it more on a reread because like now I'm in the mood for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or if I'll feel similarly and that one's just not for me.
Yeah.
That's so right. I was talking to Rachel about it too because I read Normal People and gave it 2 stars. And I was like, that book is so annoying and I don't like it. And I read Warbreaker and gave it 2 stars. And I was like, that book is so annoying. I don't like it. But then, of course, I reread Normal People. And I'm like, 5 stars, one of my favorite books of all time. So me and Rachel were like, maybe Warbreaker will get the Normal People treatment. Oh, somebody's reading Air of Fire. When I get there, should I do the tandem read? I don't know. I recommend it. But then also, I'm like, if it's your first time reading it, maybe don't.
Hey.
He's protecting you.
Yeah, this is going to protect me.
He's ferocious.
I have never done the tandem read, and I don't think I'm going to do it.
It's
like, I don't know. I feel like it just like would... The way my brain works of like checking things off, it would like hurt me.
It's kind of a pain in the ass because
books and like be reading it for like a long time. I don't know.
Yeah. It does. When you do the tandem read, it does feel like one giant long book because it's a multi-POV series. And so you're following the POVs of these characters in this book, and then you're following the POVs of these other characters at the same time as these. So when you read the tandem read, it's like you're just changing the POV up and you're just following the timeline like normal. But it's not like read one chapter of this, then read one chapter of this, then go back and read another chapter, then go back. It's not as simple as that. Sometimes it's like you'll read 5 chapters of one and then only 1 chapter of the other. Then you'll come back for 2 and then you'll go over there for 4. And so it's like, it can be a lot. Like if you don't have like a little chart of like when you need to read, I've gone through my copies and like put Post-it notes in when I'm supposed to switch books. So it can be a lot, but it's because I don't really enjoy Tower of Dawn that I'm like, I'd rather split it up than have to sit there for that whole book. But now I'm also like, maybe on the reread, I just won't read Tower of Dawn. I have the pertinent information. I remember what happens. I've reread it a couple times. I don't really need to do it.
That's fair.
So yeah, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like my gut is saying don't do the tandem read, especially if it's your first time reading the series. That was a really long-winded way to answer your question. Love that you were reading Brandon Sanderson. I'm still waiting for my copy of Wind and Truth to get here. I got the UK version. I'm scared to read it. Yeah, I'm seeing everybody like posting about it, and I'm like, I'm not there yet, but I want to be in the crowd. I want to be like on the train with everybody. But yeah, I'm really excited to get there. But I'm like, I also don't want to rush and like read everything super fast and get through like his whole backlist, because now that I've discovered I like it, I have like 20 books to look forward to, and I just want to kind of take my time with it and, you know, simmer in it.
Yeah, I feel like it's not like he's cranking out like a book a year.
Right.
So like you're like, oh, if I finish it, it's fine. I'll get another one next year. It's
right,
like, oh,
exactly.
you gotta like wait half your lifetime for the next book.
Right. I was looking at the like publication dates between like even like Rhythm of War to now. I think it's like it's been like 4 years.
A few years, yeah.
It's been a few years.
It's insane.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, thank God I don't have to wait for the story arc to be complete now. But yeah. I need to get on it with Sanderson. I own all the Stormlit archives except for the newest, and I have the first Mistborn. I haven't started reading any of it yet.
Well, that answers your question of what to read next sprint.
You should start it. It's so good. I have seen people recommend, though, that you just read Mistborn first.
That's
Technically,
what I did.
It was published first, and I think they're a bit shorter.
So they're shorter, and they're not as like epic.
Intense.
Your like intense brain power is being used.
Yeah.
So, and I think they're like more fun. Not that these aren't fun, but it's like because there's like a whole like ragtag crew, like, you know, doing cool things. It's more like, oh yeah. But I think you should. Yeah, I feel like Mistborn's a good place to start.
Yeah, I think you should do that. Just joined, gonna be reading Make the Season Bright. It's a really fun queer Christmas romance. Is that the Ashley Herring Blake one? Yes. Oh my gosh, I literally just opened. I have the audiobook for it. I am saving this because it's like pretty short. I'm saving it for a Christmassy 24-hour readathon that I'm going to do in a couple weekends. Because I'm going to reread.
Why is this the first time I'm hearing about it?
You want to do it? Because you'll be done.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that'd be so fun. Yeah, I'm planning to just literally spend the whole day reading like Christmassy books.
That's so cute.
Oh, I mean, you can read Brandon Sanderson and just sit by your Christmas tree, but same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got that from Libro FM from their like ALC program. So I got it for free, which is awesome. And then there was another one, Baking It Merry, which is like another shorter one. I think there's only a 6-hour audiobook.
That's so cute. I love all the like Christmas rom-com like covers.
I know. And this one says A Small Town Enemies to Lovers Holiday Romance. Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
And then my favorite holiday romance is The Mistletoe Motive, which is also like a workplace rivalry, hate to love kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be rereading that one because that one's really short too. It's less than 200 pages. I'm just going to have a good time. I finished Mistborn last night and it was so good. Oh, that's awesome to hear. I am definitely going to pick that up when I get my copies of them. I just don't want to rush it, but also at the same time, I'm like, I need it all right now.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to wait until the new year because I have a lot of things to finish before Christmas. Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
Then you can like let 2025 be the year that you're consumed by it.
Your 2025 reading wrap up is just British.
Just Sanderson. That actually might be the case for me though, because I'm like, well, next year I don't know that I'll have like a ton of time to be reading.
Why is that?
With a screaming, crying infant. Yeah, so I'm like, all his books are just, that could be all I read all of next year. Who knows? Yes, Mel, we should do a buddy read. I'm literally getting my copies of Mistborn tomorrow. So says the tracking. So if you're game to reread them right away, I'm down. I'm reading Serpent and Dove by Shelby Mahurin. I'm just so in love with this book. If you love Enemies to Lovers and Witch Against Monarchy, you have the perfect books. I read Serpent and Dove. I think I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I
read it too, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of if this is the one I'm thinking of, the love interest. He's the witch hunter, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think I like him.
That's
so I think I maybe read the second one and was like, I can't with the guy.
Yeah.
So I didn't finish the series.
That's fair. I read the first one and I really liked it. I think I gave it like 4 stars. And then I didn't like the second one. And then I DNF'd the last one.
I feel like that's like exactly what happened to me. As I enjoyed the first one, didn't like the second one, and I don't think I ever picked up the third one though.
Yeah, but I think the first one was pretty solid. Like, I think it's a good book.
Yeah, I like that one. You're making me want to start The Way of Kings. Should I abandon my TBR? I mean, I'm gonna say yes.
I'm gonna say no. Like,
yeah, I'm gonna say yes. I think you should, but at the same time, like, it's always going to be there. It's just like, now that I'm in it, I'm like, everybody needs to read this. You can't wait like I did. I'm debating if I should reread the Stormlight books before Wind and Truth or just go and dive in because it's been a while. Well, see, it's not like a series where you can just like quickly reread them because they're all over 1,000 pages. But also, I feel like you'd enjoy it more if you were like re-immersed in the story. You could like watch some recap videos.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like really good ones, like in-depth ones, because it is such a popular series. I'm sure you can find something that's like still gets you in like the mood and the mindset of it without forcing you to read like 5,000 pages.
Right. Yeah, there's got to be something out there.
Yeah.
So you could maybe do that. I'm doing a big Cosmere buddy read next year, so I can't even start Well of Ascension until February, and I'm dying. Okay, is Well of Ascension the second Mistborn? Or the third? No, second. Hero of Ages is the third?
Yeah. Yeah, Well of Ascension is second.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that sucks, Tyler, that you have to wait that long when you just finished it.
Just read it now and then reread it in February.
Nobody needs to know. He's like, actually, I've read all 20 Brandon Sanderson books before February. Okay, I pulled a prompt and it was a random number generator and I got 9. So I'm trying to find a book with the last page ending in 9.
Me Googling The Way of Kings page count. It's 1008.
Oh, that's so close.
Is there like a margin in error to this random number generator?
Wait, what about Mistborn? You're going to get to it before me.
Oh, it's not a 9.
Not a 9.
All the editions. Dang it.
Bummer. Yeah, right. Check the different editions. It could change.
Dang it. I looked up Elantris too. Maybe just going through every like Brandon Sanderson book to try to find one that ends with 9.
Okay, as Elantris? That's the standalone.
Yeah.
Elantris.
It's 656 pages. Dang it. Oh.
Oh, the Kindle edition of Elantris is 609 pages.
Well, there you go.
I need to find, I mean, I posted, like shared a Instagram post that someone made of like the recommended reading order.
I saw that. Can you send it to me? I was trying to save it and it wouldn't work.
Yes, I will send it to you.
I
But
wanted
now
to
I'm like, I'm seeing this person's suggested recommended reading order, and then like Brandon Sanderson's suggested order, and then also the publication order. And I'm like, dude, I am doing this way out of like I'm going off the rails with this altogether. But I'm like, I gotta fit some of these books in. Because like Words of Radiance is towards the middle of the list for the Sanderson suggested order, and I'm like, oops.
I feel like there are certain things that you have to read, like in a particular order. But then for others, I feel like it's like, oh, it'll just enhance your experience if you read over this.
Yeah, because like I think
not like you're like spoiling stuff.
Right. I think technically he says like most of the series, like the series are
their own.
They don't have to be. Yeah, you don't have to read them together to understand it. So, but I like obviously you need to read Era 1 of Mistborn before you read the Wax and Wane books and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I'm just gonna say no. If you want to rewind like 10 minutes, I give you a very long-winded explanation. I'm just gonna say no. I mean, or you could. I don't know. Dealer's choice. Flip a coin.
Dealer's choice.
The fact that Stormlight 6 isn't coming out for another 10 years is insane. 10 years? Is that what he said?
He's gonna have something in between, right? It's not like he's just not.
It's for sure he's got some. I feel like that. I feel like Brandon Sanderson is the like Taylor Swift of authors, with like how frequently he's coming out with stuff and like all his little secret projects and all that. Like he'll just drop it like boom, here's a book, like with no build up or anything.
Okay, I just Googled it and yeah, then Stormlight 6 isn't gonna be out until like 2031.
Oh my god.
That's yeah. Wow. Like, will we get all 10 in our lifetime?
We have to. I'll live just for this. Oh my god, that's so far away. I know it's different characters though, so it's not like, you know, he drops a cliffhanger in Wind and Truth and then is like, Casey in 10 years.
Yeah.
That would be cruel. But he's like, he does his standalones, his secret projects. He's got this series. And then he is also like writing the Wheel of Time series still, isn't he? Or is he done with that?
I think he's done with that. I
didn't know when that one ended, but I knew he was doing that at some point.
Yeah. When Robert Jordan died, he like took over.
Yeah.
But I think that series is complete.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, now I'm also like, I could read that series too. That one's like 14 books long.
I heard, someone correct me in the comments, but I heard that he was like making, or there were rumors of like him making a sequel for one of his standalones.
Elantris.
Okay, you heard that too? I'm not crazy. Okay.
Yep. I know very little about it, but I'm pretty sure that's the one that he said he was going to do a sequel for it.
Okay. Okay. I liked Elantris. So
when should I pick that one up? I also need to read Tress of the Emerald Sea.
Which we should probably read that.
Have you read it before?
Mm-mm.
Okay, I've heard it's like kind of cozier feeling. So I'm like, ooh. Plus it's short.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that one I could just like snap right on out, you know. Lickety split.
Lickety split.
I gotta make like a document where I write down like
You have like an Excel tracker.
Yeah, right?
You have a series tracker, you have a Sanderson tracker.
I need to have a Sanderson tracker. I was talking because like my friend Nate, he picked up Wind and Truth yesterday and he was texting me because I'm like, oh, I just finished Edge Dancer and all that. And he was like, oh, asking questions about it. And he said, I started reading the Cosmere in 2015, which was already 9 years after it started. And he's like, so there's still so much to it. Like, there's so much to it now. He's like, it's really cool to see someone reading through it now.
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, he started it 9 years ago. And I'm like, oh my God.
Crazy.
It is crazy. Started with Mistborn and I loved it. Recently finished book 2. Gonna start book 3 soon. Love that for you. Currently reading How My Neighbor Stole Christmas by Megan Quinn, and by reading, I mean the Kindle is sitting on my lap. I keep scrolling on my phone. I've fallen victim to that many a time.
Me too.
And her holiday rom-com novel covers are so cute. Yes. 2025 is my Sanderson year. I think it sounds wonderful. Absolutely. I'm right there with you. So glad to hear you talking about being excited to read. I know it's so much fun. Hi, Kara.
Oh,
Welcome to the chat, lovely. Do it. Abandon your TBR for Way of Kings. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so bad at making decisions. We'll make it for you. Just do what we say. One of my friends watches recaps before he goes into the new Stormlight book. Yep. That's probably what I will do. Well, now 10 years, I'll have plenty of time to reread the series. I was like, that's probably what I'll do before book 6 comes out, but oh my God.
2030, we'll all have a reread of.
Yeah. By that point,
even though we don't need to.
Group, yeah.
Like.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Carrie, you came just at the right time. Hannah, if it makes you feel better, I DNF'd Warbreaker twice before, and on try 3, I gave it 4 stars. It had me sobbing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just didn't feel connected to it. But now I'm like, some of the complaints that I had about it are things that I had heard about the Way of Kings. Like, people were saying, like, oh, it's slow. There's not a lot going on until the very end of the book. And, like, people say that about the Way of Kings. Mm-hmm. But I never felt like the Way of Kings was slow. Like, it's not, like, constant action scenes, but I'm like, there's still stuff happening that I'm still intrigued by and want to keep reading for. So I'm like, I wonder if I reread Warbreaker, if I'll still feel like, you know, nothing's going on and I don't care. Yeah. We'll have to see.
I feel like that's like generally the complaint with any long book.
Yeah.
But it's like, it can't be like go, go, go for
right.
Like 1,000 pages. Like, that's not the point.
I don't even think I would enjoy that if it was true. I'd be like, God, I need to take a breath.
Yeah.
I'm going off of Camille's reading order. I trust your opinion. I think that's the one that I had reposted.
Okay.
Let me go on right now and share that with you before I forget to do that. Oh, Kara with her battered.
I saw that.
Her battered mass market paperback copies.
I just remember us talking about her copy of Oathbringer.
Yeah, when we were at her house. Yep. It almost, like, I have the like trade paperbacks, like the big floppy ones, but I'm like looking at these like battered mass markets, like
I kind of want them.
I kind of like that. Wait, what was I doing? Looking for that. Okay, I'm sending it to you on Instagram.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna forget, and then like every other day I'll be like, Kara, can you remind me when I'm supposed to do this? Perfect.
It's great too because she has Reed, who is literally like, he'll tell you like, this is what I recommend. Because when I was talking to her about it, she was like, Reed recommends that you read Mistborn before doing this, and I'm like, I'm gonna listen to Reed. I'm gonna do what he tells me to do. So yeah, if those of you in the chat, if you're like, what is this reader's guide? The Instagram handle is Camille of Books. So CAMILLE of Books. And this is what the post looks like. And it's like super in depth, like going through the series and how, like, what the standalones are. And then she does like recommended reading orders. So if you're interested in that, check out that post because it was a really well made post, in my opinion.
Yeah. Very in detail.
Yeah. Brandon Sanderson has a few different reading orders, though. He has said a few different books where you can start. Yeah. I've like shot into that with a harpoon because I like read it way out of how it was supposed to be done. I don't think that I'll read the Skyward series, the YA sci-fi one, because
that's not even like part of.
Yeah, I'm just like not interested in that.
That wasn't him. That was Patricia. You know, like different side.
I remember seeing something that Sanderson said you could start with any of the series. Yeah, I think he like intentionally does it where it's like you don't have to read them. It's just like if you want to and get like the little Easter eggs or like the little mentions here and there, just makes it more fun. I think you can read Words after Way of Kings. I haven't even finished Mistborn Era 1 yet, and I was totally fine. Yeah, same. I was totally fine. Like, and like even if you just read just the Stormlight books and nothing else, like it's not going to be confusing. Like you're not going to miss out on a ton of information or anything like that. But this has to be Brandon.
Brandon L is back.
Well, I should block him. But then it wouldn't be. Yeah, then it wouldn't be. That's just some poor random viewer. He has Mistborn Era 3 and Elantris 2 coming out in that time.
Okay.
I didn't know there was going to be another Mistborn Era.
I don't think I knew that either. Or maybe I did. I don't know. I did hear the rumors about the Elantris. Well, some standalone sequel, but now I know it's Elantris.
Yeah. Oh, this is another one of our college friends. Love the green vibes. Love the stream. Thanks, Josh.
Confirmed Brandon L is your Brandon.
I bet you they're a few pints in, too, so they're like, this is so fun! Brandon Sanderson! It's too bad that Nate isn't with them right now, because if he was a couple pints in, he'd be like, let me tell you how the reading order is supposed to be for Brandon Sanderson. I need to try it again. I started one, but I felt it was too overwhelming. Yeah, you get too overwhelmed with it. Yeah, some of the recaps, they need to like just take a breath and like ease me into it. He's going to be writing other projects along the way. I think he's trying to hone the voice of the main characters that will be focused on in Stormlight Era 2, which is why it will take longer. That's fair. I couldn't find a book on my TBR ending in 9 pages, but Iron Flame has 9 letters, so might be starting that. There you go. Sahar liked that one.
Yeah.
I haven't heard great things about it, but I wasn't expecting to either. God bless those mass market paperbacks. They just look so well loved.
Yeah.
Hello. Read the non-influencer. No, seriously. And his name is Reed.
It's perfect.
Reed Reads would be the best channel name. He needs to get on it. And oh, Kara, what were we talking about that one time where you're like, he was literally reading a book about, it was like the most boring thing, like, and I was like, I would read that to fall asleep at night. What was it? It was like a nonfiction book or something. God, I can't remember. It was
like I remember this conversation.
Yeah, she sent a picture of like what he was reading, and I was like, that sounds like the most boring thing in the world.
But honestly, if Reed clicked on the camera and talked about the book and recommended it, you know, I'd head over to Barnes and Noble.
I'd be there, yeah.
Like I just.
And it's funny too, because like Rachel had said last year. Jesus, it's been over a year. Last year when we were at Kara's house, was saying like anything Reed recommends, she's just gonna pick up. She's and then that was when she bought The Mass Market of Oathbringer.
Oh
At that
yeah.
bookstore. Yep. Oh, The Short History of Nearly Everything. That's what it was. He also has children's book.
I think it's called The Most Boring Book.
Is that actually what it's called? I didn't know he wrote a children's book. Oh yeah, sure enough.
It's called The Most Boring Book Ever?
Yeah, it's got a little dragon eyeball on it.
Oh.
I like that font. Came out this year.
Oh.
Humorous epic adventure.
Ollie has burrowed like...
Oh my god. Look at his little fluffy ears.
Right by my camera too. He's probably like, hello, ASMR.
He's like, hi, welcome to my channel.
It's basically where I do cute things and you give me treats.
That's fair. He deserves every treat. I was about to start another book, but now I think I'm going to betray my book club and start Well of Ascension. Do it. This has turned into a Brain and Sanderson live stream, and I love it. Yes, that is the actual title. I feel like I should go to a bookstore and look, or the library, and like just add it to my TBR.
If Reed reads it, we'll read it.
Yeah, Kara, let us know if Reed is going to read The Most Boring Book Ever, and if he does, we're gonna get on that little book club with him. All right, that was a fun little chat. I love talking about Brain and Sanderson now, so keep it coming. Who would have thought? Who is she? I love it. I'm so excited that this is my reality now.
No.
Are you gonna hop off now, Sahar?
Yeah, I think unfortunately I have to
study time. Everybody send Sahar the best vibes in the world so she can pass her finals and that she doesn't break her brain from studying so much.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
One probably doesn't even need to study because she's just like clearly the best. So
yeah, sure. One more week.
You got it, girl.
And then this time next week, we'll be hanging out.
We will be together this time in a week from now.
Oh my gosh.
I can't wait.
That's literally the only thing getting me through finals. I'm like, I just have to do it so I could like drive to you.
The best part is she's literally taking her final and like immediately leaving to drive up here. So it's like
my final ends at 4:30. And I'm gonna have all my stuff in my car. I'm just gonna leave from my school. Gonna hit the road, grab a coffee, and go.
Did you like figure out how long it was? Did it say
like 5.5 hours?
5.5.
Yeah. So obviously, like I'll make stops.
So we'll yeah, that's a long time.
It's okay.
But
anything for my little baby, and you too, Hannah.
Yeah, I am the little baby.
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining. Good luck studying.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Love you.
Bye,
everyone.
Good luck, Sahar. She probably just missed that, but okay. I think I'm gonna start the next sprint now. I'm thinking again 45 minutes. So I'm just gonna pop up the ambiance and get back to reading. So I'll see you all in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back. That time the harp didn't scare me as much as the first time. It really startled me, and I was expecting it. This time, not so much. Oh, hello. Finished reading Fangirl Volume 2, and I'm obsessed with this manga. Is that Fangirl is like Rainbow Rowell's Fangirl in manga form, or is it something different? Every time I see Fangirl, I just think of the book by Rainbow Rowell. I got 20 pages into The Well of Ascension. I am so happy that you're reading it because it just sounds like it's going to be a good time. And now you're just a little ahead of schedule. It's all good. You can blame me and Sahar that we peer pressured you into it. Shoot, I forgot to look again at what page I was on before I started the sprint. I think I read about 30 pages, so that's good. I love this book so much. It's almost making me think that I like this one more than The Night Circus, which I guess I didn't realize, because I always say The Night Circus is one of my favorite books of all time, and I just have really positive feelings associated with it. Anytime I talk about Erin Morgenstern, I think of The Night Circus, but this one's just hitting. I love this story so much, and I'm annotating and tabbing so many things, and the quotes are so good. It's giving me everything that I wanted. So I'm very happy to be rereading this one. So I was hoping to get about halfway today. It's a 570 page book, and I'm on page 138. So I'm not quite a quarter of the way, I don't think. But yeah, I'm having a really good time. So hopefully I can get to page I don't know, 2 something, 300. Let's see if there's a good chapter break. Oh, that would be a good spot to stop. 317. That is my page goal for today. But I'm just really loving it. So if you haven't read from Erin Morgenstern before, I would highly recommend it. I feel like either of her 2 books, you can't go wrong. It doesn't matter which one you pick up. But this would be perfect to read right now because it's set in December, and it's got very wintry ambiance to it. And then I don't know, just the story and the writing. So good. Such a good book. Oh, I better move that before I tip over all my pens. Where was I? Oh, right here. Hi, working on my 2025 reading journal. Love that. I used to do a reading journal all the time, but I stopped doing that when I got my Happy Planner, because that's where I put all my creative juices now. So yeah, I decorate my Happy Planner every week and every month and whatever. But I used to do a reading journal, but now I just do my planner. And I did already start. I switched my planner. I had the one Happy Planner that I've had since mid 2023, I think, or August, maybe September 2023. And then it went all the way through 2024. But it's getting so fat from all the stickers and stuff that I add to it. And then I'm right at the very, very end, because December obviously being the last month that's included in that planner. And I bought a new one for 2025, but it had July of 2024 through the end of next year. So I was I'll just take those out and leave December in. And then I just switched over to the new one because I wanted to. So it's going to have December of this year and then all of 2025 and that's it. So, but whatever. Hello. I'm almost done with Destroy the Dow. Is that, or is it Destroy the Day? And that was just a typo. I've not heard of this one. By Bridget Kemmerer. Destroy the Day. Yeah, it's just a typo. Oh, okay. When did that come out? Oh, early this year? Oh, this is in the Defy the Night series. Okay. Gotcha. I think the only thing I've read from Bridget Kemmerer is A Curse So Dark and Lonely. That one was good. I didn't really like the second book because it changed. I think it changed like who it was following, and I ended up DNFing the second one, but I did enjoy the first one. But I hope you're liking it. We all decided that we would just be a support system and go at our own pace. Love that. Yep. Just, you know what? You just gotta go with what you feel. You gotta mood read. It's the only way to do it. Mood reading is the best way to read. Yes, it's the Rainbow Roll. Okay, gotcha. Actually read this print, made it to 16%. Currently feeling somewhat meh about it. Hope it gets better. Oh, that sucks. I hope it does get better. If it doesn't though, it's okay to just soft DNF it and pick up something else that you think you'll enjoy. I've heard a lot of people say they like The Starless Sea more. Yeah, I really love The Night Circus. Don't get me wrong. That is a 5-star book for me, and I absolutely love it. I just recently reread it, and it's, of course, 5 stars again. It was phenomenal. I had such a good time rereading that one. But this one, yeah, I haven't read this reread it in a few years. I think the last time was 2021. So it's been a few years, but God, I'm just really enjoying it. Like when the timer goes off, I'm like, oh, I have to stop reading. So I'm really, really having a good time with it. And like, it's one of those where it's like, even though I've read it before, it's still like exciting. Like, ooh, what's going to happen next? Even though I know what's going on. I don't know. It's really fun. How do you feel about Michael Kramer's narration? You listened to The Way of Kings. Yes, I did listen to the audio for The Way of Kings. I really liked the narrators. I think most people agree that they like the narrators. There's 2 narrators for The Way of Kings. Let me look them up. But yeah, I really enjoyed the audio. Michael Kramer and Kate Reading. So Kate Reading does like the female characters, POVs, and then Michael Kramer does all the male ones. And yeah, I think they do a good job. So I would recommend it, but that's just my 2 cents. Sometimes the narrators of like any audiobook can like make or break if you'll enjoy it or not. Because I know there's some that I'm just like, I just can't listen to you read. I can't do it. My immediate like top of my list for narrators that I don't enjoy was the one who did A Court of Silver Flames. I couldn't even listen. I think I listened to maybe 5 pages of that audio and I was like, this is awful. I can't. I hate everything about it. But yeah, I know some people said like for Fourth Wing, if you listen to the audio and didn't enjoy it, to try to just read it physically because the narrator for that one isn't good either. I don't know, but I didn't like Fourth Wing either way. But I know some people were like, don't listen to the audio for that one because it's not good. But yeah, I think Michael Kramer and Kate Reading did a good job. And I know they narrate like a lot of Brandon Sanderson's books. So I like them. Defy the Night is so much better than A Curse So Dark and Lonely, I promise. Yeah, I'm not like super interested in any YA fantasy at the moment. Like, the only one that I'm like, ooh, maybe I would pick that up is This Woven Kingdom by Tara Mafi. Mostly because my friend Rachel has recently been reading it and she's like, it's so good. But yeah, I'm like, I don't know. YA books just don't do it for me that much anymore. I'd rather read adult. I'm too old. Not that you can't be older and read YA and still enjoy it. Like, there are still some YA books that I read and enjoy, but yeah, I don't know. I just lost interest in a lot of the YA genre or YA fantasy genre. If you're not feeling a book, you can always start Brandon Sandy. Yeah. You can always switch over and pick up a Brandon Sanderson. Oh my God, are they really? Michael Kramer and Kate Reading are married? That's so cute. Yeah, I really like them as narrators. That's really funny. I didn't know that. What a coincidence. Like, do you think they got hired together? Or they both just like auditioned and they're like, that's the power couple. We're doing it. Yeah, it really is. I don't know. I don't want to be mean and like name who it is, but I'm gonna anyways. And this is specifically just like the narrator of it, not the graphic audio or whatever. Stina Nielsen. Oh, which is so interesting because she narrated the From Blood and Ash books, or some of them at least. And I liked those audiobooks. Yeah, weird. I didn't know that. Anyways, A Court of Silver Flame, she was just not on her game. Like, I was like, who talks like that? Who do you think, what do you think you're doing? It was so bad. Is this what new fans of SJM feel like when they start the Masters? I was literally just thinking the same thing when I was like being told by people who are farther into the Cosmere than I am that I should read certain books before so you can kind of see like little hints of, you know, the crossover and whatever. And I was like, oh my God, is this what people feel like when they read Sarah J. Maas books now? Because obviously the Cosmere has been around for like 20 years at this point almost. And so people have been like reading it forever. And I feel like a little baby fish in the sea. Like, I'm just starting to be on the bandwagon. But yeah, it's got to be a similar feeling to be like picking up these books for the first time. And it's still crazy to me because like in my head, everybody has read it. Everybody's read like A Court of Thorns and Roses and the Throne of Glass series. So when people are like, oh, I'm picking up this for the first time and it's so amazing. And I'm like, how do you not know that already? How did you not read it already? So it's kind of funny because like that's literally, I'm that person now to somebody who's been reading the Cosmere. They're probably like, you're just picking it up now. But yeah. Oh, I liked them. But also I feel like maybe I had lower expectations for the Blood and Ash books because they're less, I don't know what I'm trying to say. They're less what? I don't know. Maybe I'm just saying like I have higher expectations for Sarah J. Maas books and narrators. Plus, I really liked the narrators for all of Sarah J. Maas's other books. Elizabeth Evans does the Throne of Glass series and the Crescent City series, and I really, really like her as a narrator. And then Jennifer Ikeda did the first two Court of Thorns and Roses books, and I really liked her narration of it. And then Amanda Lee Cobb did the rest of the ACOTAR series from Feyre's point of view until The Court of Silver Flames, which I did not enjoy. So, yeah, but I liked all of the other narrators. So I just was like expecting to like this one. And then on release day of A Court of Silver Flames, I start listening to it and I was like, Okay, I'm gonna just read this physically then. It feels like getting thrown into an ocean and not knowing how to swim. Yeah, I can't think about how many books are out there from Brandon Sanderson, because then I'll get stressed. Oh my God, I have to catch up on all these books, and I feel like I need to do it in a timely manner. So if I just know that there's just a plethora of books for me to enjoy for many years to come, then it's not so scary. But yeah, it does kind of feel like that because yeah, so the first book I read by Brandon Sanderson was Skyward, which is his YA sci-fi set in space. And I DNF'd that one. I was like, absolutely not. It has one of my biggest pet peeves in it. And the amount of times my biggest bookish pet peeve is made up swear words. But if it's made up, if it's a made up swear word that makes sense in the world, then it doesn't bother me. In ACOTAR, they say oh, cauldron boil me. That doesn't bother me because they have the cauldron is a big thing in the book. That doesn't bother me. And in the Stormlight archives, they say stuff oh, Stormfather, instead of saying Jesus Christ. So it's that doesn't bother me because it's not a made up thing. But in Skyward, it was the word scud. And they used it, I think I DNF'd it at 50 pages, and it was used at least 8 to 10 times in those 50 pages. And I was like, I can't get over it. I can't, it's so annoying. So I DNF'd that one. And then I think it was last year, I read Warbreaker. And those are the only two Brandon Sandersons I had read. And so I was like, oh, maybe he's just not for me because I just read 2 books by him and didn't like them. I did finish Warbreaker and I gave it 2 stars. But maybe I was just reading it at the wrong time. I'm hoping that that's what it is, because I am going to reread it and hopefully I'll enjoy it more. If I don't, that's okay too. But yeah, so now I'm I wanted to be a Brandon Sanderson fan. I want to be part of the Cosmere. I want to be in it. So yeah, now that I've read Way of Kings and loved it, and Words of Radiance and loved it, I'm I'm ready. I'm ready to dive in. Yeah, she's one of my favorite audiobook narrators. I just love her. But now I'm I associate her voice with Sarah J. Maas because she did Throne of Glass and Crescent City. So I'm she can't narrate other things. She can only narrate Sarah J. Maas. I am considering getting some Sanderson books. Your videos have convinced me. Oh my God, do it! Do it! So, but when Sahar was on earlier in the sprints, we were talking about where to start. And she recommended Mistborn because they're easily digestible. They're not super long. And the world's not overly complicated or anything. So maybe start there. Or one of his standalones, maybe. I don't know. I'm dipping my toes in, so I am not the person to ask where to start. But as far as the Stormlight archives go, The Way of Kings, I loved it. I mean, I would say start there. Whoops. I would say start there, but I don't know if that's that's a good idea either. Yeah. Okay. Do you plan to read Quicksilver? I read it twice this year, gave it 3 stars the first time and 5 stars the second time. So funny how rereading books puts things into a different perspective. Yeah. I was literally talking to Rachel because we kind of joke about normal people with me, because when we had first started talking, me and Rachel and Kara, I did not like Normal People, and I was like, that book sucks. And they were like, no, don't say that. That's one of my favorites. And now I'm embarrassed by the fact that I didn't enjoy it, because it's 5 stars. I've reread it a few times. I love the show. It's one of those, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. And when I first read it, I didn't get it, but now I get it. Oh, so good. 5 stars. But yeah, it's like one of those, like Rachel, Raven-haired reader, if you don't know who I'm talking about. I keep bringing her up. She's one of my best friends. But she read the Book of Azrael. I can't remember the author's name, but she read that one, I think last year, and she gave it like 3 or 3.5 stars or something. She was like, yeah, it was fine. And then she reread it this year and was like, I loved it, 5 stars. So it's just funny how that, like, how your opinion can change. That's why I really believe in the, like, right book, right time, and why you should DNF books if you're not enjoying them, and then maybe come back to it if you're still interested in it. Like, some books are just not going to work for you. You're not going to enjoy every book. There's not, like, a right time for every book, I don't think. Like, I truly am like, I don't feel like there's any time that I could read Fourth Wing and enjoy it. Like, I think that book is just really not for me. But I think there are some books where it's like you just read it at the right time and it's just like incredible. And that's how I feel with this, like, Brandon Sanderson, like, tunnel that I've gone down. I just picked up The Way of Kings at the perfect time when I was in the exact right mood for it. And it's great. I love it. Yeah, we haven't talked in a while. So originally, I was like, I gave it, like, I think I gave it 4.5 stars, which is kind of funny because it was, like, realistically, probably at the time of finishing it, it felt like a 4-star, not a 4.5. But the longer that I've sat with it, the more disappointed I feel by it. And the more, like, things I'm, like, annoyed by, irritated by. So it's more like a 3-star for me. I didn't hate it, obviously, because I love the characters, but yeah, I just, there were some things that happened that I was, like, annoyed by. And some stuff was just, like, too convenient for me. Like, I wanted a little bit more struggle. I don't know. So yeah, my, like, how I feel now about it, I'm like, it's a 3-star book for me. So yeah, which is a little disappointing, but there are some 5-star moments in that book. Like, there are scenes in my head from that book where I'm like, absolutely, that is 5-star Sarah J. Maas for me. But overall, it's like a 3-star for me. I know. This is one where Rachel and I were going to buddy read it, and we both actually DNF'd it the first time. And then she picked it up, like, a few months later, and that's when she read it for the first time and gave it 3.5. So I still have my copy of the Book of Azrael from, like, a year or 2 ago, because Rachel gifted it to me. But it's like one of those where I'm like, I want to try it again when I'm in the right mood for it. So I will pick that one up because I've heard really good things about it. I haven't yet. So it's been sitting on my shelf. I know. I'm so glad that you love it, because not loving it's not very fun. Because everybody's loving it. And doesn't the 3rd book come out soon? Like, in January? Question mark? February? Yeah, January. I will say I really do like the covers for Fourth Wing. Like, that whole series. I think the covers are really cool looking. And of course, the sprayed edges. That's how they got you. Yeah, it's a 4-star. I had a ton of emotional moments and couldn't dignify giving it any lower. Yeah, like, there's a lot of good moments. Absolutely, Lydia gets 5 stars. Yeah, there's a lot of really good scenes and really good moments. There were just times when, like, Bryce bothered me. Some stuff that she said, I was like, that just feels out of character. And then, yeah, some stuff just being too convenient. So yeah, I'm at a 3, but I still like this series, and I'll still reread it. The audiobooks for Book of Azrael. Azrael is horrible. Don't recommend. Okay, I will read that one physically when the time comes. Ooh, I miss midnight release stuff. Like, I wish they did those more for books. Because I remember like going to Barnes and Noble at midnight, or like even movies too. They don't do a lot of midnight release movies anymore. I remember going to like all of the Twilight movies and like a couple of the Harry Potter ones at midnight. I miss those. They should bring those back. But it's fun that you're going to one. Will it be like a at a bookstore, like just a release party, or is it going to be like one that Rebecca Yarros will be at? That would be sick too, if you like her, obviously. Harry Potter midnight releases were epic. They truly were. I just vividly remember the Twilight ones because people would like dress up and stuff. I think I maybe only went to the Deathly Hallows midnight releases for Harry Potter. But I remember going to like all of the Twilight ones, New Moon for sure, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn's part 1 and 2. I remember like going with my friends in high school and having people be all dressed up, and I was wearing like the OG Twilight merch shirts, which are like coming back now, which is hilarious. I'll like see students, I'm a teacher if you didn't know, but I'll see students walking around the halls wearing those, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm back in high school. Completely agree on midnight releases. Harry Potter midnight releases were my jam. It was good stuff. Barnes and Nobles are doing them around the country. Yeah, bring those back, Barnes. Get them going again. Went to every Twilight midnight release. It's good stuff. Yes, though, like I had the like, you know, the one that just says Twilight where it's like the Bella Edward like poster one. I had the New Moon one with Jacob on it, and then I had a Team Edward one because I'm Team Edward. And then I had like, because those were all like the black like goth, you know, you get them at Hot Topic. But then I had one that was like a cream color that literally just had like Edward's face on it, and it said, "That was the night I dreamt of Edward Cullen." And you don't see those very much anymore, but like that was like the most comfy shirt ever. And I just remember that one, like it felt like such a gem to find that one. It was good stuff. I wish I still had them. They would not fit me now, but I wish I still had them because I had so much Twilight merch. I had Bella's St. Jude bracelet, which I think I wore in my senior pictures. Like I have, yeah, I definitely wore that all the time. And I had like so many posters. I had a Twilight calendar. What else was there? I just had I had so many t-shirts. I was obsessed with Twilight. Rightfully so. It's good stuff. What releases are you looking forward to next year? I am definitely looking forward to, well, it's technically not been announced yet, but I'm hoping it's going to come out next year, which is the next Empire of the Vampire book by Jay Kristoff, which it doesn't have a title yet or a cover, but I hope I'm not Delulu in thinking it'll come out next year, because I think it was 2 years between Empire of the Vampire and Empire of the Damned, but Empire of the Damned is my favorite book of this year. So that one, if it comes out. Usually there's a Veronica Speedwell coming out, which also has not been announced yet, but I know there is a 10th book, and she usually does a book a year. So that's like one of my favorite series. So definitely that one. The new Emily Henry, because I've given every romance book by her 5 stars. I'm trying to look up on my Goodreads, but it's not loading properly right now. Like, what am I looking forward to next year? Oh, there we go. Oh, Rebel Witch, which is the second book to the Crimson Moth. I really liked the first one. That one comes out in February. The Haymitch prequel for Hunger Games. That one comes out in March. Sunrise on the Reaping, it's called. That one's going to be good. The next Emily Wilde book also comes out in February. I really liked the first two. Let's see. Oh, I just read The Apprentice to the Villain. So the first one's Assistant to the Villain. Now we have Accomplice to the Villain. So it just got the title and the cover released. That doesn't come out till August, but I really enjoyed that one. So I'll definitely be picking that one up. Oh, this one's called Wild Dark Shore by Charlotte McConaughey. This is the cover of it. So this is the author who wrote Migrations, which I don't know. I haven't talked about like a ton on my channel. It's like a book about birds. But I love that book so much. And this one, I think is about penguins, which are my favorite animal. She was posting about, I'm trying to like skim the synopsis to see what it says it's about, but I can't remember if that's this book or if it's the next book. She was doing research, so she was like posting on our social media about it. Oh, this technically doesn't come out next year. It already is out, but I haven't read it yet, and that's Intermezzo by Sally Rooney. Yeah, those are the ones I'm like the most excited about. So a lot of them coming out in the beginning of the year too. I wore Edward's wrist cuff all through high school. I think that's hilarious because those aren't in the book. They're literally only from the movie where they got like the Cullen crest. So that's really funny. Do you still have it, by the way, the wrist cuff? Tried to read Empire of the Vampire twice. I need to try again. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's such an epic, like gritty, but also funny at times, like fantasy. I love it. Please convince me to keep going with Empire of the Vampire. I'm 30% in struggling. It's very gory, I guess. I don't know. It is kind of gory. But oh, it's so good. I feel like I'm not sure how long it took me to like really get into it. I know it took my friend Nate read it this year. I think he said it took him to like the halfway point to really get invested. And I think I was enjoying it enough to like keep going, but wasn't super invested until maybe like the 30 to 40% mark. But like once I was invested, I was like, oh my God, this is one of the best books ever. So I love it so much. I hope that you continue reading it and that you like it because it's so good. Every time I see the title Sunrise on the Reaping, I think it's surprise. It's the reaping. Oh my God, that's hilarious. A little humor to break up the ominous world of Hunger Games. I'm excited for Sunrise on the Reaping too. Also happy that Rachel finally read and loved them. I know, right? We've been trying to convince her to like pick them out because she's like, they're on my TBR. I've never read them, never watched the movies. And I was like, how have you not? That was another one that I was obsessed with in high school. That one and Divergent, which Rachel, I think, is going to read Divergent eventually too. Which is another classic dystopian series. But yeah, I love the Hunger Games. I'm really excited to see Haymitch's story. So that should be a good one. Yeah. All right. Well, I kind of want to get back to reading now that we made it through the comments. So we're just going to jump right into the next sprint again. The first one is definitely the best. I like the second one. And like, I like the third one, but that's my least favorite of the series. But the first one is definitely the best. I will tell you that. All right, let's do our next sprint. So 45 more minutes, and I will see you all in a bit. Hello, welcome back. I think I read just over 30 pages that time. God, I'm just loving it. I know I keep saying that every single time, but like, it's so good. And so interesting, too. Let me know in the comments how far you got into your book. I should move this before I knock it over. I ran out of a tab color, so I'm gonna have to go on the next sprint. Ooh, if you heard that, that was my dog yawning. I'm gonna have to go on the next sprint and pick that color out, and I'm like getting really low on this color. There's only like 5 left of that one, so I'm gonna have to replenish because I'm not even halfway. I am tabbing a lot though. Like, oh, that doesn't even do it justice. There's a lot of tabs in the first 172 pages. So good. I read another chapter. This book is soon already. I'm assuming you meant good. Good already. That's great. I'm glad you're loving it. I actually scoured Audible during that sprint and was looking at like the sales and stuff to see if there was any good Brandon Sandersons on the Audible sale. They're all like they're all right. I think Warbreaker, if you need to get that audiobook, I think that one's only like $3 or $4 maybe. And then I also noticed that the Throne of Glass series is like super duper cheap. So if you haven't read the Throne of Glass series yet, the audiobooks are really good. And they're only like $3 or $4 right now. So yeah, check that out. I was looking at some of the other just like books that are in the sale. And if they were cheap, I'd get them. But like I got the novella in the Stormlight Archives, Dawn Shard, which is the 3.5 novella, because it was only $2. It's a novella though, so it's really short. Obviously, it's only a 7-hour audiobook, but I was going to listen to it on Spotify, because you get 15 hours of listening or whatever each month, but I don't want to have to use those hours because it counts even if you like if it's 7 hours and you listen to it at 2 times speed, it doesn't say, oh, you only listened for 3.5 hours. It's like, oh, you listened to 7 hours worth of an audiobook. And Mistborn is on there, and it's a 24-hour and 40-minute audiobook. So I was thinking, if I'm real cheeky, I can listen to my 15 hours for December or whatever I have left before like it resets for January. And so then I can finish Mistborn using my Spotify, which I plan on doing. Because my library hold is really long. Let's see, what does it say? Oh, I can return Dawn Shard from my library now because it's so far. That one was a several months wait one as well. Yeah, Mistborn says several months wait. I am 89th in line. So that's cool. I also placed a hold at my library for the audiobook of Tress of the Emerald Sea. I am 342nd in line for that one. So I probably won't see that one for a while. But there's a few others that are like coming up. Like right now for Rhythm of War, I'm 3rd in line. Except I'm not going to be able to pick up Rhythm of War for a bit. So I'm just going to, like if you use Libby, you can like tell it to deliver it later so that you can get the audiobook when you're actually ready for it. And other people can check it out before you then. Yeah, because if there's people waiting for an audiobook or for a book from Libby, you can't renew it then. So I'm like, at that point, I don't want to get stuck at, 300th in line again. So I'll just do like deliver later, and hopefully I can listen to it that way as well. Missed the last chatty bit, but I picked up and ate dinner and then read 14 pages of Iron Flame. Nice. Picked up volume 3 of Fangirl. I'm about 115 pages in. Awesome. Good. I got you. I know what you meant. I got all the Lord of the Rings audiobooks for like $4 a piece this week. Yeah. Some of them are like, it's like a good deal. And then some of them, it's like, if it's $15 for the audiobook, it's not really a deal to me because like the credit I pay for every month is $15. So it's got to be like worth it to me. So like all of the Brandon Sanderson books are around $15 or $18 or something like that, which like granted, I could buy them for $15 and save my credits for the more expensive ones or whatever. But whatever. They also like sometimes do where you can buy 3 credits for like $33. So then it's only $11 a credit. I do that whenever they have that, but I was going to like buy more credits so that I could just get all the Brandon Sanderson books right away. But I can't find that anywhere. So maybe they stopped doing that. But I did find Elantris, however you say that, must be included in the premium membership because I didn't pay for it. It just said add to library. And it's like the full audiobook. It's 28 hours and 42 minutes. So I don't know why that is like that, but there it is. So we'll see, because that was like literally free. But yeah, I was like scrolling through on there looking at all of the audiobooks on there and seeing what the sales are. Oh! Tress of the Emerald Sea. Dramatized adaptation is only $3.25. It's 10 hours and 15 minutes. Is that the full audiobook? I'm not a super big fan of the dramatized narrations though, because like a lot of times they'll skip words. At least the ACOTAR ones did, where it's like it doesn't tell you who's talking because you should recognize the character's voice or whatever, or it'll say like the actual book will say like, oh, her footsteps crunched in the snow, but you don't hear that line from the book in the dramatized version. It just plays someone's footsteps crunching in the snow. So it's like, I don't know, especially if you listen to it faster than 1x speed. I just remember that. I was like, what the hell is this noise? And then I actually looked in the book and I was like, oh, it's acting out this line. So I don't know that I want to read the dramatized version. But if it's only $3, someone tell me. I'm going to look up Tress and see if the regular audiobook. Yeah, see, the regular audiobook is 12 hours and 27 minutes. So it's like 2.5 hours less because of the dramatized, like cutting out lines or whatever. This audiobook, the regular Tress, is only $9.24. That could be worth it. And the sale ends tomorrow, I think. I'll think about it, because I do want to read that one soon. Especially if I'm 342nd in line at my library. I won't be getting it for free anytime soon, that's for sure. Hello, just had a nap during that sprint. I'm not sure what I'm going to read next sprint. I did a big book haul today, so I might pick up something that I just got. Ooh, what did you buy? Morning from Australia. Good morning. I'm 60% into The Way of Kings. Heard you talk about it and decided to do it. As a mostly romantic magical realism reader, I'm absolutely loving it. It's so engrossing. Yes, Lauren. Oh my God. I'm so happy that you picked it up. It's so good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's just going to get better and better. I love this. I'm so happy that you picked it up. Yeah, I just bought the Well of Ascension audio for $17. I hate that because I used my new credit this morning on the City of Gods and Monsters audiobook. But I hope that you like City of Gods and Monsters. So I did not like that one. But I think Rachel's going to be rereading it. Because I think she has heard that the next books are better. The main character in that one, I did not like her. And there were other things about it that rubbed me the wrong way. But yeah, it's a good audiobook sale. Yeah, right? For free. What the heck? Totally worth it. Some of these other ones, like, I think these are in the Wax and Wane series, which is like the Mistborn Era 2 series. Those are only like $10. I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to go spending like $100 on a bunch of audiobooks right now. Especially if like I'm not gonna read them all next month. Like I'll get more credits and stuff, and I don't know. It's hard to resist a sale. But yeah, the novellas are literally only $2. That book that everybody is like obsessed with, Quicksilver, that one's only $7.80. That's not a bad price. Serpent in the Wings of Night is only $4.40. Yeah, there's some good deals. Site-wide trending deals. Let's shop together, shall we? New release. See, I'm just not sure about the Tress of the Emerald Sea dramatized version. I wish the other one was only $3, not the dramatized version. Oh, A Sorceress Comes to Call. I wanted to read that one. That one's $9. Oh my God, the Oathbringer audiobook is 55 hours long. That's so long. How many pages is that? That's insane. I'm excited for it. That's so long. I saw somebody posted or like did like a tweet about what's that first book called? The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss, where like if you don't know, that's another like epic high fantasy book, and it's the main character telling his story, and each book is a day that he is chronicling his story to this chronicler. So it's like 3 books, and then it's 3 days that the main character Kavoth is telling his story. And like this person tweeted and was like, the biggest lie is that it says it's 1 day of Kvoth telling the story, but the audiobook is 45 hours long. That made me laugh because I'm like, yeah, that takes you a little more than a day to tell that story. That cracked me up. Yeah, I made it halfway through and really enjoyed it. I just need some help getting through books these days. Yeah, that's fair. Audiobooks always help when it's like I'm struggling to physically read, but I can listen. I love audiobooks. Book buying urge is so hard to tame. It really is, especially when it's like a sale where I'm like, I don't want to miss out on this deal and then regret it when I'm like, oh, I should have bought it when it was only $10. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to read that one. I'm taking a little break from fantasy romance because we have not been jiving lately. I feel like every fantasy romance that I pick up, I don't like. I don't know. Especially the ones that are really hyped, that people are like, oh my God, this is amazing. I end up the complete, like Spark of the Everflame. Everybody's loving that and so obsessed with it. I gave it 2 stars. What's the other one? There was another real popular one that I was like, everybody was reading it and then I read it and I was like, not for me. So I don't know. We're just, me and fantasy romance are in a little bit of a tiff right now, taking a break. That's a pretty good deal for Serpent. Yeah, right? Those are some good deals. Some of them, it's like, is that really even a sale? But some of the deals, I'm like, dang, Audible. Truly, 55 hours for an audiobook. I don't know if I've ever read a book that long before. And some of the Brandon Sanderson, like the Stormlight Archives specifically, are, I mean, they're all over 1,000 pages. But yeah, Oathbringer is 1,200 pages. I bet Rhythm of War is even more. Oh, it's about the same. 1,200 pages. And then Wind and Truth is 1,300 pages. So yeah, they're chunky books. But I love it. They're so good. I also feel like, well, at least I don't feel like they feel like they're that long, you know? Like all of a sudden I'm just like 500 pages into it and I'm like, oh my God, how did that happen? I don't know how I plan to read the Cosmere, start the Song of Ice and Fire, the Wheel of Time, and all the other books fantasy next year. Yeah, I just have a lot of lofty goals because I am in the same boat. I'm like, I kind of want to read the Wheel of Time after I finish all of Brandon Sanderson's backlist, which is quite extensive. And I want to read some John Gwynne books, like The Shadow of the Gods. I've heard really good things about. Plus, like, look at this cover. Okay, you can't hardly see it. Maybe if I dim it. Does that help? Not really. It's got a dragon on it. And then I know Sahar has read Malice by John Gwynne and really liked it. So I want to read that one. I need to read The Sword of Kaigen. That's like a standalone though. So that's more like after I am into the Cosmere. Like maybe I'll read it before I finish all of Brandon Sanderson's books, but that one would be like a quick fantasy. But yeah, lots of stuff to look forward to. Yep, John Gwynne is on my list too. Also want to read Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I love the Lord of the Rings movies, but I've not read the books. I mean, I started watching the movies when I was really young, like before I was reading fantasy books basically, because my brother and my dad were into Lord of the Rings, so it was like I just kind of fell into it. My first crush on a fictional character was Legolas. So, but yeah, I never read the books, but I did read The Hobbit. I really don't like the songs. Like anytime that there was songs, anytime they would sing, I would skim it or skip it on the audiobook. Like I'd just fast forward it. Like I don't need that. And I know that that's a thing in the Lord of the Rings series as well, but I do think I would still like it if I just skip all the songs. But yeah, I've never read them. Sword of Kaigen is high on my priority list next year because of Lachlan. Yep. Her copy too is so annotated. It's like almost every page, I feel like, because there's just tabs bursting out of it too. I remember when Sahar picked it up and was like, guys, you have to read this. And so we were all adding it to like our TBRs, or like our want to read list or whatever. And then Lachlan picked it up a few months after Sahar did. I can't remember. I think she just kind of picked it up on a whim too. Like it was not a planned thing. And she was like, oh my God, it's so incredible. And now Rachel just read it and was like, it's one of the best books I've ever read. So yeah, me, Karen, Christina, we need to catch up and we need to read it. I have that book, The Shadow of the Gods. I read the first 2 pages in the bookstore and I thought the writing was phenomenal so far. So I'm excited to get to that one. Yeah, I've heard really, really good things about it. So I'm excited to read that one as well. And I'm also like, I'm a mood reader and my mood will shift from like genre to genre. So sometimes I'll be in like a high epic fantasy mood. And sometimes I'll be in like a witchy, like magical realism mood. Sometimes I'll be in an adult romance mood. So it's like I want to read all these books while I'm in my epic high fantasy mood before it shifts to like adult romance or something. But I know they'll still be there because my mood will always come back to fantasy. It's my favorite genre. So, but yeah. Started reading The Lord of the Rings a couple years ago. I still have Two Towers and Return of the King to read. Yeah, I it's like one of those where I'm like, I'll read it eventually. I've got time. I'm in no rush, but I do want to read it eventually. I feel you on fantasy romance, though. I love it so much, but I'm enjoying the different pacing that epic fantasy is giving me. I need a little break, too. Yeah, it's just... I think it depends on the writing, because, like, Carissa Broadbent, after Sarah J. Maas, is, like, my favorite fantasy romance author, because she writes the fantasy part of it really well. But I feel like some authors, like, the romance is more at the forefront than the fantasy part, and then I get bored because I want the balance of both. And then sometimes it's like not serious and it's just a fun time. Like that's how I feel about the Powerless series by Lauren Roberts. It's like not too serious. So I haven't read the second book, but I did really enjoy the first one. But yeah, I'm just taking a little break cuz like there's some on my list like Powerless. I need to read the second book, Reckless. And then what is that series called? Sacred Stones. It's like the first book is A Dawn of Onyx. I loved the first book, but I haven't picked up A Promise of Peridot or A Reign of Rose, which just came out. And I think that's the completed trilogy. So I need to, when I'm back in like fantasy romance mood, I'll pick those ones up because I have both of them. So my haul for mystery thrillers. What have you done? The Naturals. I've heard such good things about The Naturals. I want to read that. That Night in the Library, Such Charming Liars, Silent Sister, Games Untold, and then for romance, The Love of My Afterlife, and Nothing Like the Movies. Nice. Which one are you thinking you're going to pick up? It's a good haul. Powerless was a big highlight for me this year. I'm actually annotating a copy for a friend for Christmas. Oh, that's so nice. I have my annotation key set up for it, and I was gonna reread it, and then I was like, I'm not in the mood. So I have the annotation key already set up for whenever I do pick it up for my reread, but who knows when that'll be. I was gifted Dawn of Onyx. I need to read that. Yeah, I think you'd love it. Plus, I'm pretty sure that that it's complete now. That A Reign of Rose is out. Let me look. Sacred Stones trilogy. Yeah. Yep. The last book came out in October. Oh, I didn't realize that was out for so many months. I don't want to read anything about it, but I gave that book 5 stars and I loved it. So yeah, I do want to read that one. Maybe now that I'm like in a fantasy reading mood, it'll be easier for me to pick up fantasy romances. My copy of How My Neighbor Stole Christmas comes tomorrow, so I'll need to start that. Yeah, you got to read that one in Christmas season. All these new books sound so good, but I really need to focus on my physical TBR. I'm trying not to buy so many books in 2025. That's a good goal. It's really hard for people. I didn't buy that many books this year, but that's because I was reading way less. So, like any books that I had already on my physical TBR was what I was reading, and I would go long periods of time without reading. So I wasn't buying a bunch of books, but I have now, with buying The Way of Kings and wanting to read that, I have bought more books recently because I've been buying the Brandon Sanderson books. The author of A Dawn of Onyx is coming out with an urban fantasy next year. Yes, I did hear that. Half City is what it's called. I don't know when that comes out. And we have no synopsis of it, but I did see that she announced that. I did add that. I also heard great things about The Natural, so I'm leaning towards that. I also just remembered I'm halfway through Cruel Prince and God of the Woods, so I should finish one of those first. I really like Cruel Prince. Plus, I feel like that it's easy to read. Like, it's not too complicated. I don't know anything about the God of the Woods. I think that's one that won a Goodreads Choice Award, though. So, I feel like you can't go wrong. And indie books are open in my town this year, so I've bought plenty of books this year. You got to support those indie bookstores. It's like you're doing a good deed in buying books. So you don't feel like guilty about it then. You're like, oh, I'm helping. That's fun. Okay, I think I'm going to start the next sprint. I'm not sure if this will be the last one or not, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I need to take my dog out and probably eat something for dinner. I just want to keep reading though, so it's like I don't want to stop reading sprints. So maybe this won't be the last one. Maybe I'll just like do my other tasks during this one, and I won't read very much during this one, but we'll keep the sprints going. Who knows? You never know. You never know. We'll just start the sprint. I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. I have no idea when that ended. I was like coming over here to get my tabs because I didn't ever replenish the tabs, and I was like, oh, let me check how much time I have left, thinking I had all this time. Nope. Oh, whoopsies, sorry. Okay. I'm reading the illustrated edition of Hunger Games. Nice. Cautious Guide of Waste. I'm reading. Not reading for content podcasts. I finished volume 3 of Fangirl, and I'm reading volume 4, but my library doesn't have it yet. Oh, that's so sad. I hate when that happens. You could see if they have the ebook for volume 4. I know. I'm so sorry. I was like, oh, I have all this time. I bumped it up. I was thinking, I have all this time. I'm sorry. I didn't even get I was like, I have just enough time, and then I'll sit down and whoops. Anyway, I didn't read that sprint, but I got a lot of other things done. So I took my dog out, and I did a yoga video, and I showered, and I ate something, which, like, I didn't eat dinner. I had a piece of cake. But I ate something. And then, I was coming back to grab the tab, and then I was like, oh, it ended. My bad. 9 pages in to As Good as Dead. I think there was only 15 minutes left in the sprint when I joined. Oh, nice. Oop, I skipped someone. Read the first chapter of Nightmare Before Christmas, and it's already so fun. Also decided I'm re-dyeing my hair tonight. Nice. Good luck with that. I did dishes, made some chicken nuggets, and listened to the audiobook. I'm on page 50 now. Killing it. What a productive sprint. Cake is better than nothing. I was like looking for like food for dinner, and nothing was sounding good, and there was just this piece of cheesecake sitting there, and I was like, I could eat that while I think about what I want for dinner. And that's what I did. And then still nothing else sounds good. I have like a box of like mac and cheese I could make. Or I could make like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. But I don't know. Nothing sounds good right now. So I'll eat eventually. But yeah. So I'm hoping, I don't think I'm going to get to like what I said before. I don't think I'm going to get to my goal page, which was like, to be fair, pretty ambitious. It's like over 300 pages. To get through book 3 and get onto book 4. I'm a fair bit away from it yet. Maybe if I read that sprint, but I had other things I needed to do. I'd be happy if I could get to page 250. That's like 75 pages away. I'd be happy with that. So, and I will be able to read in the next sprint. I just have to, first things first, go replenish the tab colors that I need. But it's all good. I got the whole evening ahead of me. I was thinking like, oh, I should end this. But then all I would do is sit and read more. So I'm like, I could just read with friends. I need to watch videos on how to play Magic the Gathering. I just got a deck of cards in the mail. Oh, I had a very brief period of time where I was super into Magic the Gathering. I had like this whole deck of cards because it's like a card building game, if you don't know. And I like bought a play mat for it. And then my friend Maggie's husband is like super into Magic the Gathering. So he was teaching me and my husband Brandon how to play. And we were into it. But I lost interest very quickly. It was fun though. It's just like one of those things where it's like if you don't play it a lot, it's hard to learn it and like keep it in your head. So I would keep keep having to get retaught every time I try to play it. So, but it's pretty fun. If you like that kind of game, it's pretty fun. I think I still have like my cards downstairs, and I had like sleeves for them, so like keep the cards in good. I was so into it. I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. I love it. And then I lost interest after like a month. Totally here for more sprints. Yes, good, because I don't have any plans. These are my plans for the rest of the night. So I'm like all alone too, just me and Ellie today, because Brandon's out with his friends. So it's better this way to read with people. And I promise I won't abandon you again. I'm actually like curious how long I'm going to go into YouTube and look at how long the sprints were just sitting there.
This new
It's got a ad. Okay. I just got to the part where the harp played. Oh, man. Shout out to you guys who stayed. That was like a full, like 2 minutes. Yeah, you can see my face too, where I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, it would have been totally fine if you were like, all right, I'm out. Oh, I thought I was like keeping track of the time a lot better, but guess not. Yeah. I thought maybe I would do like some crocheting too during sprints, because I have 5 rows I need to do for my genre blanket. I'm just not feeling it tonight. I just kind of want to sit like and follow along with the audio for my book, because like I am annotating pretty frequently, so it's like I would keep having to put the crocheting down just to pick up like my annotation stuff and annotate. Maybe I'll watch a movie or something tomorrow and I can crochet while I watch that or something. I don't know, but I just want to read. Can't wait. I know, I can't wait. I was checking. It says it'll be here tomorrow. I got the email that it shipped officially, and I bought the whole box set because I don't know if it's on sale or if it's just normally a really good deal. But for 3 books, it was only like $40 for the box set. It looks like technically it's on sale, but like it's on Amazon, so everything is on sale on Amazon. Like originally it's like $65, but right now it's like $40. But yeah, I am really excited to start it. Obviously, I'm going to finish the Starless Sea first. And I think I'm vlogging right now, so I think this is the last book I'm going to include in that vlog. And then I'll probably just start a new one, honestly, when I pick up Mistborn, because I'll probably just start Mistborn as soon as I finish this one. But yeah, there's one other book on my physical TBR that I want to try to get to before the end of the year. It's The Ornithologist's Field Guide to Love, which I bought when I was in a magical realism reading mood, and now I'm not really in that reading mood anymore. But I have that book sitting there, and it's really short. It's really short. Like I could read that in like a day or 2. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe I'll save that one for when I'm back in a magical realism mood, but I definitely want to read Mistborn. And I'll probably read I'll probably finish the whole trilogy before I go into Oathbringer. I don't know. I have to decide. Yeah, the box set, definitely the best option. Because, like, that's a good price for... Because, like, Oathbringer, I also bought that one. And just the paperback for that one, granted, it is a chunky book, but it's like $18 just for that one book. And that's like a good price for the Brandon Sanderson paperbacks because all the other ones are like over $20 for that one book. But so deliciously floppy. I think I've felt these ones in the store, like the flop factor of them, but the Stormlight Archives trade paperbacks are also really floppy, but like in the best way too, because it's like the spine doesn't crack and you can hold your page open. So I like it's because it's a heavy book, I can just like leave the book open while I'm reading, which is nice. I'm alternating between reading and knitting, making a baby blanket for my coworker. Aw, so cute. Yeah, I'm still chugging away at my genre blanket. I've definitely made it too wide. And then I can't remember when I restarted it, like how far in I was or how far into the year I was. But it was really, really wide. It was like 6 to 6.5 feet wide. And like to make it look like a blanket, like a proportional blanket, the length has to be longer than the width. So I was gonna have like a 9-foot blanket. And I was like, oh my God, I don't need to be doing that. Plus, it's just a lot of yarn. So I unraveled the whole thing and started from scratch. And I still made it wider than I actually wanted it. It's definitely not as wide as before, but it's still pretty wide. But like I'm doing 2 rows for every book I read. And then each month I do a single row to like say, hey, it's a new month. And I haven't been reading enough this year because I thought my reading this year would be equivalent to the last like 4 years. And it hasn't been because I was expecting to read like at least 150 books this year. And I think I've only read like 70. So it's been like half the amount. So now the genre blanket for the year of 2024 is going to be a 2-year blanket. So maybe even a 3-year. Who knows? Maybe my reading will completely tank next year. It's very possible. But yeah, so I'm still working on that genre blanket. But I love to crochet. It's so relaxing. Way of Kings is so satisfying to hold. I love it. And that's another reason why I'm like, I don't want to rush through the Stormlight Archives because I want to get Wind and Truth in the paperback to match the rest of my series, which probably won't come out until like later next year. But I'll definitely probably end up reading it before the paperback comes out, and I'll just have to either just listen to the audio and not have anything to follow along with, or I'll get the ebook for it. We'll see how expensive the ebook is, because I know they can be pretty pricey as well. Are you going to watch War of the Rohirrim next weekend? I don't know what that is. So no. Is that a movie? What is that? Next weekend is my baby shower, and all the girlies are coming, and I'm really excited. So I'll be visiting with them all weekend, and doing my baby shower. But oh, it's Lord of the Rings. It's animated? I've literally never heard of this. It's like anime style. Google says, in a nutshell, epic. Upcoming anime fantasy film. Interesting. I probably will not watch that, if I'm honest. I just really like the original movies. I tried watching Rings of Power when it came out. Yes, the new Lord of the Rings anime. I tried watching Rings of Power when it came out, and I just really did not enjoy that. I think Brandon and I got maybe 3 episodes in, and I was like, you can watch it without me if you want, Brandon, because I do not care about what is happening here. So, and he just like never finished it. I don't think he was not enjoying it. I think he was indifferent towards it mostly, but he was like, yeah, I just don't care to continue. So, but I rewatch the movies, like the trilogy, all the time. I have the sweet Legolas shirt because I went to a 24-hour watch party of it at the theater I always go to. And it was literally all 3 movies, the extended editions, back to back to back in the theater. And it was like 12 hours of movies. And I went to that, brought my blanket to the theater. It was awesome. It was so awesome to see those in the actual theater. And then it was like, you watch it and it's like 4 hours of a movie, and then they give you a little like bathroom break or go get food or something. It was just really fun. So if they ever do that again with like a trilogy of movies, I would do it. Like for the Hunger Games, it'd be so much fun to go do that. Because they were doing the Harry Potter movies. They were they were playing them in the theater again. And so I went and saw most of those. I think Chamber of Secrets was the only one that I missed. But it's just fun to see them back like in the theater. But yeah. I wish they would do it with multiple, like a bunch of different like the Twilight movies. I don't know how long that would take. Like you could watch them in a day because there's not like extended editions. That would be so fun. I'm crocheting a scarf now, blue and white. Awesome. Not really into Rings of Power either. It hasn't gripped me. Yeah, I just wasn't a fan. Sounds so fun. Was that during Realmathon? I feel like I remember you talking about on Sprints. Yeah, I think it was during Realmathon. That was a really fun time. I did something similar with all the Twilight movies. I went to a 5-movie marathon. It was like 9 hours. Yeah, see, you can watch them all. It's a lot of movie watching. Like, it's a lot, but it's really fun to do that. I don't know. I think I did it. I watched the movies with my friend Casey, but I don't know. Did we watch all 5 in one day? I think we did. I don't actually remember. Let me text her. Because now I feel like, did I make that up in my head? No, you know what we did? It was in 24 hours. We watched the first 3 at night, like from like noon till whenever. And then I think that was when we made cake pops. And then the next day we watched the 2 Breaking Dawn movies. That's what we did. I don't need to ask her. I remember now. I vividly remember that now. Hashtag worth it. Yeah. It's so fun. Plus, like, the theater is fun. Like, to go to watch movies at the theater, it's fun. Especially when you don't have, like, crappy people in the theater that, like, talk or, like, giggle and clap and stuff like that. Yeah. Otherwise, it's, like, annoying to be at the theater. But I like going to the movies. Which reminds me, I haven't seen Wicked yet. I have to go see Gladiator 2. Brandon and I just watched the first Gladiator so that we could go watch Gladiator 2. And I haven't seen Moana 2 yet. And I feel like there was another movie that I was like, I need to go see that. And there's been stretches of times where there's like not any good movies out. So I'm like, I don't need to go to the theater to see that. I'll just wait till it's streaming on something. But there's so many good movies out right now that I want to go see. Absolutely. Best movie theater experience was the first Paranormal Activity. Oh my God. I've heard such good things about it. I love the original Broadway soundtrack. So I was really nervous about them like changing stuff in the songs, like the vocalizations. Like, not obviously they're not going to change the song that much, but like they add their own like flourish to it to make it their own, so it's not a copy paste of the original. So I've been like hesitant to go see it because I'm like, I don't want them to ruin it. But I've heard nothing but good things. Everybody that I know that has seen it has said it's like incredible. And it's one of those, like, you don't get the whole story from just listening to the soundtrack. So you have to go see the actual musical of it, which I haven't seen. So I don't know like the actual, like I know the main storyline because of listening to the songs, but like there's scenes in there that you don't see or don't know about if you just listen to the soundtrack. So yeah, that's all I know. I love looking. I'm going to see it again tomorrow. Awesome. Ariana and Cynthia did so good with the soundtrack, in my opinion. Yeah, I have just heard great things. Not an Ariana fan, but she pleasantly surprised me. Yep. My friend Maggie actually got to go see the Broadway with Idina Menzel and Kristen Chenoweth, which at the time she didn't realize like how lucky she was to see that. She went for like a school thing or something, like some school trip, and I was like, what the heck? You actually got to see them. But she said the same thing, like she loves the original Broadway soundtrack. And then when she went to go see it, 'cause she's been excited for it, and she was like, it's so good, you're gonna love it. So, and then of course Rachel and Lachlan and Kara have both seen it. All three have seen it. So, and they've all said it's stunning. So yeah, I know, right? Like, and at the time she's going to see it like, I don't know very much about Wicked. I don't understand, how cool this is. Yeah. It's like almost kind of sad because she didn't appreciate it as much as she should have when she was actually there seeing it. But it's like a cool thing now. She's like, I actually saw that. That's the thing I did. That's such a flex. My mom and sister saw it on Broadway years ago. I don't think it was the original cast, but they still loved it. Yeah. I mean, if it's on Broadway, it's going to be good. But yeah, with the original cast, like, lucky. Lucky. So, okay. I am ready to read again. So I'm going to go. I am going to leave at the start just to pick out my tab, replace my tab, and then I'll be back way before the end of the sprint. Okay, let's start. I'll see you all in 45 minutes. Hello. I finally passed the 200-page mark in the Starless Sea. I'm on page 203, about to be 204. I'm right at the very bottom of 203. It's so good. I'm definitely losing steam, though. I got really tired on that sprint. Probably because I didn't really eat dinner, except for a piece of cake. So maybe a sugar crash. But yeah, I'm getting really tired. So I think we'll do one more sprint, and that'll be the last one. But we got a lot of sprinting done today. 6.5 hours we've been going. That's awesome. Let me know how much you read that sprint. Ooh, that's like Phantom of the Opera's touring next year, and I'd tell my left kidney to go. I just watched Phantom of the Opera for the first time, but love the song, the Phantom of the Opera. It made my top Spotify list. Not like the top 5, but it's up at the top. I listen to that a lot. It's really good. I didn't read anything this time. That's okay. Some sprints are like that. I picked up my favorite holiday and I got 14%. Loving the Christmas vibes. It's the perfect time of year for it. It is The Starless Sea by Erin Morgenstern, which is a reread for me, and I'm just having a grand old time. Got the dye in my hair and read 14 pages. That's awesome. What color do you dye your hair? I'm trying to see like your picture, but it's so small on my screen. Like everything's so teeny tiny. I can't really see very much detail in your pictures, but yeah, I went and got my new tabs, or like replenished my tabs, except I didn't have any that were like the exact same of the 2 that I was running low on, which I kind of knew when I picked out those colors. I was like, this is a dangerous game I'm playing, because if I need to replace them, I don't know that I have like good replacements for them. But I found some that were like very, very close, even though like you can still tell they're not like exactly the same, but like when they're on the book, you can't really tell. But I did my best because I have so many tab sheets like this that I can't order more just to get one tab color. But yeah, so I think I'll have enough of each color to finish, because like these blues, I definitely have the exact same blues to replace. It was the little purple one, which there's only one left of the OG color. And then I have this one, which is like very, very, very similar. And then I didn't have any that was exactly the same as the yellow that I used. But this is, again, very, very, very similar. And I have plenty of the pink left. So I should be good, even though I'm about maybe a little over a third of the way through. So I'm on page 203, and it's 570 pages. So yeah, I'm just over a third of the way through. But I'm like tabbing it like crazy, so maybe I will run out. Who knows? I'm dyeing it purple. My picture is about 1.5 years old, so not very accurate. Oh, purple. What a fun color. It's 2:30 a.m. here in the UK, but I'm getting to the juicy part of Belladonna right now. I'll sleep soon. I loved Belladonna. It's so good. I loved the writing in that one and like the vibes of it. The creepy. Oh, I loved that one. I didn't really like the second one, though, but I loved Belladonna. And I think that author has an adult book coming out. Not for a long time. It says 2026. There's no synopsis for it, but somebody says, she said it's like a more mature version of Daughter of Smoke and Bone by Laini Taylor and The Infernal Devices by Cassie Clare, but set in a world like the Stormlight Archives. Well, now I'm hooked. Angels, demons, and Renaissance inspired. And I think it is technically considered her adult debut. I don't think she's written any adult books. Nope, she's only written YA. But that one's called The Wretched Divine. But it says it won't be published till 2026, so that's a ways away. But I really liked her writing style in Belladonna. I haven't tabbed a book in so long. I dog-eared a couple pages in Cemetery Boys Don't Kill Me. My tabs weren't near me and I was lazy. You know what? I actually don't mind dog-earing pages. Because, like, I mean, if I'm going to tab it and write on it and highlight all over it, like, I can dog-ear a page. I don't mind that. It's just like if people dog-ear a page, like a library book or something to keep their page, or I don't know. If it's in like a book like this where I'm like, ooh, that's a good part. I want to specifically have that marked differently. I could do that. I could dog-ear. They don't have enough tabs in those packs. No, they don't. They don't. And I wish they would sell, like, I mean, these are all from different packs. Like, these are not, this is not what came on it. I just literally shuffle through all my little, like, sheets of tabs and pick the ones that I like or that I want to use for each, like, book that I annotate. But I wish they would sell, like, multiple of each color so that if you do run out, because I'm like, I don't know, there's maybe, 20 of each color? That's not enough. Wait, that sounds so good. What are we talking about? Adeline Grace's adult debut, which is called The Wretched Divine. So it's the same author as Belladonna, but she's doing an adult book. Yeah, it sounds so good. There's no synopsis or anything. There's just like, here's the vibes of it, and it sounds amazing. I think you can do whatever you want with your own book, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Especially if it's like, you know, you're going to keep it. You're not going to like give it away or resell it or something like that. Like, you do whatever you want with it. Crack the spine up. See if I care. Hello? Yeah, they should sell packs and then sell those colors as singles too. Yeah, that would be good. Or if they'd sell like half a sheet of all one color tab. Because like I know I have a hard time finding red tabs because it'll come with like one red and then a bunch of different colors. And then if I use the red up, because there's only like 20 of each tab, then I have to buy another whole pack like this just to get the red, just to get a certain color. Bothers me. And I used to do like it had to be the exact color tab. Now I'm like, as long as it's close. These ones that I replaced on this one are like really close. Like you can't really tell the difference unless you look very, very closely and you're looking for it to be different. But sometimes I'm like, I just don't care. I'll just do blue. And if it's a close enough blue, it's, yeah. You know, it is what it is. Oh, do you have the little bell clicked? We've been going for a long time, so could have just fallen into the notification abyss. Yeah, I think we're gonna sprint again, and we're gonna do one final sprint. And I'll probably only do it for like 30 minutes because I am getting really tired. So we'll start our last sprint. Yeah, we'll go for just a quick half hour. So I'll change the timer. Whoop. Shoot. There we go. All right. See you all in 30 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the last sprint. I think I'm on page like 230 something, so I read about 30 pages. And I just got like when there was like 30 seconds left of the sprint, I just got to like a page break part, so I decided to stop there. So yeah, 232 pages during these sprints, so not bad. I mean, 7 hours of sprinting. So you'd think I'd be able to finish the book by then, but of course there was all that talking, which was so much fun. So yeah, I'm really happy that I made it to that page number. I'm calling it, but it was nice to see you. Enjoyed these sprints. Have a good night. Bye, Tyler. You're probably gone already, but bye. Hello. Reading is going great. I'm loving my book. So yeah, I'm really tired. So I'll be going to bed after this, but I'm sure I'll read more tomorrow. And I'll definitely be able to pass the halfway point tomorrow. So I'll need to film a vlog update in the morning now that I'm this far in. I think my last vlog update was like, I'm going to set up my annotation key for this. So now that I'm quite a ways into it. But yeah, sprints was so fun. I know I haven't done them in a while, so thank you all for joining and being here, especially for those of you that have been here for a while. Yeah, you made it just in time for the final goodbye. So thank you guys so much for joining, and I will leave Sahar's channels linked down below since she was on the sprints if you want to go subscribe to her, check out her videos. Yeah, if you were here at the very beginning. Read 15 pages and washed my hair. It is purple. I love it. I'm so glad it turned out well. That's awesome. So thank you, everyone. Have a great night. I'll see you in the next sprints or in my next video, but have a good night or wherever you are, morning, afternoon. Have a good time. Bye, everyone.